Hello, everyone, and welcome to the last day of this year's Academy and some more exciting talks. We will start off with the presentations of our students. One of KDE's strengths is mentoring new talent, and some of them come through mentoring programs like Google Summer of Code and Season of KDE. And a bunch of students have recorded small showcases of their project for us, and we will be watching the first round of them, who are from Deepak, Kartik, Sashmita, and Sharaf. Alison, the video, please. Enjoy.
Student Showcase, Part 1.
Hello everyone, my name is Kartik and I'm a third-year computer science undergraduate from India. This summer I participated in Google Summer of Code with KDE and I worked on the project of facial recognition workflow improvements in digiKam. So my journey with KDE actually started in December 2019 when I came to know about Season of KDE, and even though I didn't get selected in it, I'm still glad that I participated because I think it helped me clear the initial hurdle of contributing to open source. So even though I didn't get selected, I spent the month of January and February contributing to KDE. I specifically contributed to ROCS, which is a graph theory editor. And along the way, I found a ton of helpful developers who really helped me whenever I was stuck on any problem. They were always there to help me out in the IRC chat room. So thank you for that. And when the list of organizations was ultimately announced, I immediately knew which one I wanted to contribute to. So my project with digiKam did not focus on introducing a single major feature, but instead it aimed to address the existing issues that already existed in the facial recognition workflow, as well as introduce a couple new features which would help improve the user experience. So some of the features that I introduced are, I added a new category of faces called ignored faces, which the user may use to mark certain faces as I don't want the algorithm to recognize this. I also implemented a new image sorting algorithm, which would allow images which have been newly recognized by the facial recognition algorithm to appear before the other images, so that the user can pay more attention to these faces. I also implemented automatic categorization of faces based on similarity to one another. So instead of just talking about these features, I think it would be much more effective if I showed a demo of these. So I have my local installation branch pulled up here, and this is my album of people which I'll run facial recognition on. So the results of facial recognition may look something like this. So this is my the set of photos that have been recognized by the algorithm. So these tags represent the various people that I have recognized myself. So after the recognition is complete, the user may head over to a particular person, and it would show the faces of just that person. So this is the current existing state of digiKam. Actually, let me show a different example. Yes, like in this photo. So in this person, the green overlaid faces are faces that have been newly recognized by the algorithm. So the algorithm is asking me to either confirm this face or reject this face. Whereas these other faces have already been confirmed by me. The algorithm made these suggestions based on these images. So so you'll notice that these faces all appear mixed between one another and there's no order. So this can be very tough for the user, especially if you have a very large set of images. So the user will have to go from this image to this image to this image. So instead, I implemented a new sorting algorithm which the user can access to just sort all the faces which have been newly recognized before the already existing images. So now the user can just select all of these and confirm them at once if they are correct. However, there remains another issue. In the unconfirmed view, the unconfirmed view is responsible for showing all the new results across every single person that I have recognized. So this view has the problem that even though I have sorted this view in order, all these people will appear mixed between one another. So for example, this person and this person have been recognized to be the same by the algorithm, yet they appear very far apart. So it would be very helpful for the user if we could categorize these into sort of, if we could pre-group these, and then the user could make all decisions between a single view itself instead of going to every single view one by one. So how we can do this is I implemented a new categorization order, as item separation, separate items. So this is now the default. In the upcoming digiKam, this will be set to be the default. So you can separate these by faces. So what this leads to is all faces which have been recognized to be the same person. They have been recognized to be the same person because they show some degree of similarity between one another. So all of them, those will get grouped under that person name. So I can select all and then I can do this. I can move on to the next person. I can select all and then I can select him. So this would be much easier for the user to do. Apart from these features, I've also introduced the ability to now reject suggestions. So earlier we could either confirm a suggestion or delete the face entirely, but now I've introduced a new feature so that we can reject it. That is, tell the algorithm that this is a face, but it's not the one that you're suggesting. So I can remove it. I can also, as I mentioned earlier, I can confirm all these faces. So I've also implemented a new sorting order in my people view. So you'll notice that M is alphabetically appears before O, and earlier this complete view was sorted alphabetically. But now what I've done is that these faces, these people have new faces in them. So I've pinned them to the top. So this is dynamic in nature. For example, if I'm to confirm 2 faces from this, or 3 faces, then this will go below this. So these are all dynamic in nature, sorted in order of priority. So that's also helpful for the user, as if this complete view is very large, then the user can immediately access which the people that are for higher priority and they require his or her attention. So that's about it from my side. I would like to thank everyone for listening, and I would also like to thank KDE and the developers of digiKam for selecting me for this opportunity. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I am Deepak Kumar, a Google Sharma for 2020 student for the GCompris project. Today I am here to speak about my Google Sharma for 2020 project details and my contribution to GCompris so far. So let's begin with the presentation. So I have been contributing to the GCompris project from the past 1 year. In the beginning, one of my major contribution was to add tutorial screen to the odd even activity. So in the odd even activity, I added a tutorial screen to teach the child about what is meant by odd numbers and what is meant by even numbers. The need of this was that if a child doesn't know about what is meant by odd number and what is meant by even number, and if he directly starts the activity to play, then then that can be difficult for him to play and learn about what is meant by odd number and what is meant by even number. So I have been also been selected as a Season of KD 2020 student. So my Season of KD 2020 project includes to improve multiple datasets of clock game activity and add multiple datasets to the balance skills activity, balance scale with kgs and balance scales with ounce. So I have started my work during the Season of KD to improve the multiple datasets to clock game activity. So in the clock game activity, there are already multiple datasets present with 2 different level selections. So in order to fit into the French learning program, I need to add the multiple datasets with 5 different level selections. So after finalizing with the mentors about the multiple datasets of the 5 different level selections, I added that to the clock game activity. I've also added the OK button to the clock game activity to check the answer once the clock is set by the child. Afterwards, I worked on addition of multiple datasets to balance scale with kgs and balance scales with ounce. So all the rest 3 activities shared a common code base from the scaleboard activities. So the scaleboard activity have a common code base for all the 3 activities. So for the addition of multiple datasets, I only need to make the changes to the scaleboard activity in order to load the multiple datasets for all of the different balance scale activities. So firstly, I made the code changes and then I implemented the multiple datasets to balance scale. So after I tested that it was working fine, so afterwards I added the multiple datasets to other two balance scale activities also. So this is the multiple dataset screens of balance scale with ounce. On the left, you can see that there are different weights available, and there is the weight of the gift. So the child need to balance the weight of the gift according to the different weights. So here the main goal is to teach the child about arithmetic operation, to how to make the arithmetic operations like addition and division in order to balance the weight. So on the right side, you can see that this is a multiple dataset screen of balance scale with ounce activity. So here you may see that there are different stars available for each of the multiple datasets. So each of the stars indicates the difficulty level of that multiple dataset. So for the 2-star, here means that this multiple dataset is good for the children of age between 5 to 8 years. So coming to my Google Summary for 2020 project. So the main goal of my Google Summary for 2020 project was to implement multiple datasets to several memory activities, mirror the given image activity, and guess count activity. So I started my work during the Google Summary for coding plate to add multiple datasets to memory activities. So there are total of 20 memory activities, but I don't need to add the multiple datasets to all of the memory activities. I only need to add the multiple datasets to 10 to 12 memory activities, and other memory activities needs to use the default datasets. So while adding the multiple datasets to any of the memory activities, I need to make sure that the change of the code base will not affect the memory activities with the default data set. So I made the code changes in a way that it should load the multiple dataset and the activities with no multiple dataset in a proper way. So there were memory activities as enumerate memory game, to which I added multiple datasets, and the rest of were based on the arithmetic operations such as addition memory game, multiplication memory game, subtraction memory game. The arithmetic operation memory game, such as for the addition memory game, there were in total 2 modes for each of the activity, one with the ducks and one without ducks. So the multiple datasets contained for both of the mode was same. So the next activity I worked on addition of multiple datasets was mirror the given image. In the mirror the given image, I added multiple datasets with 3 different level selections. The first was the small grid of the grid size 3 by 3. The second was the medium grid with grid size 5 by 5, and the third was the large grid with grid size 7 by 7. So here you can see the multiple dataset screen of the animation memory game. So here are the cards with two butterfly images. So the child needs to count the number of butterfly and match with the equivalent card. So this was all about my presentation. Thanks and have a nice day.
Hello everyone, my name is Sharaf Zaman and I'm a GSoC student for Krita, and my project is SVG Mesh Gradients in Krita, and my mentors are Dimitri and Altera. So let's get started. So what are SVGs? Well, SVGs stand for Scalable Vector Graphics. It's a vector image format for 2D graphics. What I mean by that is a vector image format is defined in terms of points on a Cartesian plane, which in turn, with those points you can make lines, you can make circles, you can make triangles, etc. But their counterparts, raster images, are just a grid of pixels and the information about each pixel, how each pixel should look. So one big difference between a vector graphic and a raster graphic, which is often stated, is if you scale them, you can see no pixelation or no loss of quality in vector graphics, but you can see pixelation happen in raster images. That's the one big feature for vector graphics. Other features they're very lightweight and they're customizable. That is, you can control them. You can control the color, fill color. You can control the gradient. You can change the font type, etc. So that is SVGs. So the next thing is, what are mesh gradients? So by definition, mesh gradients in SVG are based on an array of Kuhn's patches. So basically a grid with Kuhn's patches in it. So what is a Kuhn's patch? So if you have, let's say you have 4 Bezier curves, and you place 4 colors on each corner, and then you interpolate between them, the surface you get is a Kuhn's patch. In the image on the right, there are 4 Bezier curves, 1, 2, 3, and 4, and there are 4 colors on each corner, and when you interpolate between them, the final render you get is a Kuhn's patch. And when you have an array of them, it's mesh gradients.
We have a small technical problem. We'll be back in a minute.
Student showcase.
And have a nice day.
Hello everyone, my name is Sharaf Zaman, and I'm a GSoC student for Krita, and my project is SVG Mesh Gradients in Krita, and my mentors are Dimitri and Altera. So let's get started. So what are SVGs? Well, SVGs stand for Scalable Vector Graphics. It's a vector image format for 2D graphics. What I mean by that is a vector image format is defined in terms of points on a Cartesian plane, which in turn, with those points you can make lines, you can make circles, you can make triangles, etc. But their counterparts, raster images, are just a grid of pixels and the information about each pixel, how each pixel should look. So one big difference between a vector graphic and a raster graphic, which is often stated, is if you scale them, you can see no pixelation or no loss of quality in vector graphics, but you can see pixelation happen in raster images. That's the one big feature for vector graphics. Other features they're very lightweight and they're customizable. That is, you can control them. You can control the color, fill color. You can control the gradient. You can change the font type, etc. So that is SVGs. So the next thing is, what are mesh gradients? So by definition, mesh gradients in SVG are based on an array of Coons patches. So basically a grid with Coons patches in it. So what is a Coons patch? So if you have, let's say you have 4 Bezier curves, and you place 4 colors on each corner, and then you interpolate between them, the surface you get is a Coons patch. In the image on the right, there are 4 Bezier curves, 1, 2, 3, and 4, and there are 4 colors on each corner, and when you interpolate between them, the final render you get is a Coons patch. And when you have an array of them, it's mesh gradients. So my project basically there were 4 main objectives. So one of them was to parse mesh gradients, second was to render them, third was to save them, and fourth, which I'm still working on, is to create some tooling around it so artists can create mesh gradients in Krita. So finally, what's my motivation? What was my motivation for this? Well, primarily they are very easy to use for an artist, and they can use it to create lifelike drawing. What I mean by that is they can clone real world objects with mesh gradients easily and within few minutes given the right tooling. Like this pepper in this case, which is rendered in Krita, which I got from Inkscape repositories. I didn't create it. So as you can see, this pepper looks fairly real, and this is all due to mesh gradients. So that's a big feature of mesh gradients. Other thing is we can use mesh gradients to simulate other types of gradients. So it's not just one thing. Another motivation is it's fairly mature standard. Like it exists in PDF, PostScript, Poplar, Cairo, and Inkscape supports it, Adobe Illustrator supports it. So it's a fairly mature thing. And another motivation was to provide a second implementation. So right now, mesh gradients aren't part of the SVG2 specification because it hasn't been released. It's the part of the draft. If with the second implementation, it can probably help it to get into the standard, which will help artists, which will make us all happy. And the final reason is it's fun. I like math, I like Krita, I like Krita's team, so why not? So that's all for me. Thank you for having me.
Namaste and greetings to all. My name is Sashmita Raghav. I am a second year undergraduate student and I am doing my bachelor's in computer science with specialization in artificial intelligence in Amrita University in India. I began contributing to KDE in December last year when I first came to know about the season of KDE program. The KDE community has been nothing but welcoming and encouraging for beginners like me, and I couldn't have asked for a better community to be a part of. I have since then been an active contributor to KDE Live. For those who are unaware, KDE Live is one of the most popular, non-linear, easy-to-use video editing software. Today I am going to talk about the work I have done as a season of KDE and Google Summer of Code student with KDE Live. My season of KDE project dealt with improving the color palette for the timeline clips. The timeline is that component of KDE Live where the user manipulates the audio as well as video clips. So what exactly are clips? Clips are containers of different file types in timeline. The timeline consists of clips of different types, namely audios, video, title, images, slideshow, and color. The application earlier had default colors only for audio and video clips, with all clips except audio having the same color. Assigning different colors to each type of clip made it convenient for the user to differentiate between each clip type while working with a large number of audios, videos, titles, and images. I also worked on adding visual feedback for whether a clip had effects or not, or if it was a proxy clip or not. As can be seen in this slide, the clips other than that of audio, which is in green, had the same blue color. With my project, the title, image, slideshow clips also got their own default colors along with the video and audio clips. Also now the proxy videos and clips with effects could also be easily identified within the timeline with the proxy and the clip effect thumbnails. Now I would love to talk about my Google Summer of Code project. This summer I worked on my Google Summer of Code project, that is adding basic subtitling support to Kdenlive. So first of all, what exactly are subtitles? Subtitles are text derived from either a transcript or screenplay of the dialogue or commentary in a video. Videos in Kdenlive are edited by applying filters or effects. However, the application is limited in its ability to customize and edit subtitles. How are subtitles actually handled in Kdenlive presently? At present, the subtitles are handled as an effect, namely using the subtitle effect. The effect uses an FFmpeg filter to burn the subtitle file onto the respective video. The user, however, is unable to customize the subtitles according to their own convenience. This summer, I worked on adding this support by extending the functionality of the existing subtitle effect, thereby giving users more choices over subtitle customization. The project is implemented in 4 basic steps. The first step is to develop a parser to read the subtitle file uploaded by the user. I worked on adding a parser for 2 widely used types of subtitle formats, namely the SRT and the ASS formats. Next, the parsed subtitles have to be managed. So the next step is to add subtitle support to handle the parsed subtitles. This includes the handling of the addition, deletion, and modification of the subtitles. Once the subtitles are parsed from the subtitle files and handled properly, the basic front end had to be developed to enable the user to edit the text and the duration of each subtitle. This involved creating a separate track specific for the subtitle and introducing a new type of clip, the subtitle clip. With the basic subtitling support added to the Kdenlive with the above 3 steps, the final step will be to add features to enable customization of the appearance of the subtitle text. So with this, I would like to conclude my talk. I would love to thank the KDE community for this opportunity to present my project today. Stay safe and thank you.
Thank you so much to the students. This was wonderful to see how they improved many of our applications. We will see more of it in a future session later today. But first of all, a round of applause to the students. That was really cool. Thank you so much. We will be back in 2 minutes with the next talk by Kevin.
Can you see me?
Yes, perfect.
Can you hear me? Pointless question.
All right, then let's get to our second talk of the day, which is by Kevin Ottens, and he's going to talk about lost knowledge in KDE, so we know how to build pyramids again. Over to you, Kevin.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone. So I'm Kevin Ottens. So for a long while, I did things with stuff in KDE. And so lately, I'm doing a bit less coding and thinking a bit more about how the community works and so on. Which led me to that particular talk about knowledge loss. So first we will talk a bit more about this and what we actually mean with knowledge loss. Then we will have a few examples coming from the KD community, and we'll see they are both technical and organizational. Although, of course, mostly technical, because for that I interviewed different contributors. So unsurprisingly, when you interview technical people, you get technical answers, even when that's not necessarily the goal. And then in conclusion, we'll see how we could try to deal with this. Just a disclaimer, though, it's not a full-fledged analysis of this, right? It's more, the goal here is more to get the discussion started and give a few examples for people to look at and think about. So knowledge loss, that refers to the loss of relevant knowledge that was intended to stay with the organization. I mean, if you want to forget something, that's fine, right? So we're really looking at what we wanted to keep and somehow didn't. And the loss of critical, the definition you might find of this is the loss of critical knowledge through labor turnover. It involves what the departing employees know about their job tasks, but also who they know and collaborate with to get work done. Okay, we will see throughout this that quite a lot of the background comes from company and management and HR thinking, right? So that's why there might be that wording of labor and employees turning up from time to time. But yeah, we'll see that applies to us as well. So how can it look like, right? So for this one, and if you noticed my subtitle, you can brace yourselves and we will time travel a bit, right? So there. So that's kind of an extreme example just to try to make the point, right? And to have something we can clinch on to understand the whole concept, right? But the thing is that Egyptian people apparently was very good at making pyramids, right? But we don't really know how anymore. Indeed, if I cite Wikipedia, we find a few nuggets which I find interesting in there. So the Egyptian pyramids construction techniques are the controversial subject of many hypotheses, right? So we still today have clues, right, and several hypotheses, but we don't completely know which one is the right one. These techniques seem to have developed over time. So, I mean, we have a few clues, right, a few theories, but then from what we know, I mean, none of the theories really account for all the steps for this evolution. And later pyramids were not constructed in the same way as earlier ones. And in addition to the many unresolved arguments about the construction techniques, so that the technical part, right? But there's also the organizational part where we are not quite sure, because there have been disagreements as to the kind of workforce used. So very often we think that was done by slaves, but there are actually evidence which make that potentially untrue. And so that might actually have been paid skilled workers. And so due to this, right, because there are plenty of unknown in there, that's where pseudo-scientific theories proliferate, right? So that's because of the lizard people who actually made the pyramids or something like that. And that comes because of that vacuum of official explanations. So that's one serious case of knowledge loss at scale. All right, so maybe let's look at something a bit less dramatic, okay? So that was on purpose huge and a bit ridiculous. So let's look at something closer to us. So the organizational knowledge loss can be defined as the intentional or unintentional evaporation of knowledge that accumulates from learning and from individual and collective actions. So that's coming from a Journal of Knowledge Management. And so as you can see from the wording, it's, as I said, very company-oriented. Another quote from that same paper, which I borrowed quite a bit because I thought that was doing a very good state of the art on that particular topic. So the HR literature has studied knowledge loss from an employee turnover perspective. HR practices such as motivation and reward systems were mentioned among suggested retention strategies to reduce knowledge loss in organizations. So that's basically trying to keep people, right? Which sounds a bit desperate, right? If you don't really know how to manage the problem, you make sure that people don't leave so that you don't lose knowledge. Departing employees take with them subject matter expertise, routines, explaining why decisions are made, awareness about work practices, and routines and knowledge about companies' failures and successes. I'm slightly emphasizing when I read it on that last one because I think that's particularly important in the case of a community, and I will come back to it later on. So that's very company-oriented, right? So now the question is, yeah, well, do we have organizational Alzheimer's, basically? Well, we're likely no different, okay? I mean, we're a community, right? Most of us are volunteers in there, but still people come and go as far as the community is concerned. So that situation of people coming, building up knowledge, and then leaving with that knowledge very likely exists. So in the coming slides, we will see a bunch of examples which are been spotted in the wild. It's obviously not an exhaustive list, but you will see that there's already, like, at least to me, a concerning number, which I found just by contacting a few persons. And so I contacted a few contributors, as I just said, and that's what they came up with. One thing to keep in mind, though, is that from what I kept, not everything is completely gone. Okay, some of that stuff that we will see in the coming slides, we still do, or at least do a bit less than before, but we still kind of do it. And so it's not because I'm listing it that it's completely done. But for those I kept, it tends to be, when we still do it, it tends to be like just a few dinosaurs. They will recognize themselves there, which still know or use them with intent, right, purposefully. There might be a few people who are not those dinosaurs, which still do it, but more like in a cargo cult way, right? I'm just doing what the other person is doing without really knowing why. All right, so we'll see that in three sections. And as I said, I talk to engineers, so I get mostly stuff related to tech. But at the end, we will see some organizational matters as well. So let's see first the forgotten technologies we could use more. So one is, so I'm cheating a bit there. That's one of those cases where we use it, but we tend to forget why. So KI18N is ridiculously amazing, which is a quote verbatim from David Edmondson. And so, yes, we use it, but we tend to underestimate it a lot because the job it's doing is not as simple as it sounds. And this is why we have some widgets like K plural ending spinbox. So we use the I18N stuff, yes, that we tend to do. But since we don't always know the actual power of that thing, right, we might miss some of the stuff which is built on top, like K plural ending spinbox I just cited. As an example, so in German, right, the translation of alt past 4 is interesting because it doesn't contain a 4, but it contains a 5 in there. So that means we have to manipulate the placeholders using math, right? There's not many translation frameworks which are actually able to do this. And so we tend to forget those things. And so we tend to forget about using K plural handling spinbox, and we use a regular spinbox instead. Because in English, that always seems to work, just seem. Still regarding translations, so I got this one from Sébastien Renard. with the former French coordinator for the French translations. And he's been working on a tool which is named Pology. And Pology was an in-house application for managing PO files. And Pology does a lot of things, checks spelling, merges branches, have rules-based control, and so on. And basically, well, that's one of those cases where it's unmaintained. And because that's a complicated topic, it's hard to understand. And right now, we basically have that stashed in a corner that's Python 2 based, and it's probably rotting at that point. So I got a smaller one in store coming from David 4. So more people should know about Andreas Hartmet's D-theory. So it's a small one, but still, right? It's definitely a useful tool to trace debug calls from the GUI, right? And we should use it more. And I totally plead guilty there because I think I used it like maybe once, and that was in the early days, right? I totally forgot that actually made progress and kind of completed. The other one, which is, I would say, bigger and more worrying in some way, is the K-parts concept. It still makes sense in many cases, says, or on David 4. What we mean there by K-parts concept is embed a viewer or an editor for any kind of document. So most applications receiving any files have a use for it. So that doesn't mean every applications, but quite a few. Typically Kmail, K-organizers, right, file manager and friends can have to deal with different file types, right? For Kmail and K-organizer, that's obviously via the attachments. So why launch a full-fledged application to preview PNG or PDF attachment in a mail or an event or a chat message, while you could have it inline directly? So consumer app don't have to use it, right? It's their UX choice to actually say, well, I don't want to embed inline and I want to spawn something. That's respectable UI choice. But the other end has to work to give that choice. So if you're making a document viewer, then please provide a K-part to give the choice to others between embed and lodge. Otherwise, you're basically making the choice for them. Back to David and Munson's. We have too many Davids. So kconfig has a bunch of secret things that are useful to a distro, like the immutability for entries and groups, or the expansion of environment variables, or the cascading. And it's very often forgotten or scenarios not tested regarding those. By the way, I actually used that cascading feature to manage my dot files locally. I got an extra prefix for the settings I want to force, which I manage by hand. And I got that replicated across machines to be able, or if I reinstall my system, to be able to be kicking and running quickly. Still related to kconfig, so we got kauthorize as well, which is an interesting piece of forgotten API. And I agree with that, obviously. So it's just a wrapper around config value reading. But that's also a standard way of locking down features. So you can block console, you can block the logout, etc. Right? And that allows to turn your machine into something you can leave safely on a FOSDEM stand, for instance, without any code change, right? Just some configuration change. And so I'm even wondering, when I look at that particular one, I'm even wondering if anyone here remembers Kiosk tool, right? Which was a GUI for sysadmins, which allowed to control all the kconfig secret features. So it was relying on the cascading, that was using the immutability I was mentioning earlier, and k-authorized to be able to actually tune the sessions your users would see as a sysadmin, and as the name implies, would allow you to turn a particular machine into a kiosk, or that could have been useful for getting on point of sales devices, for instance, etc. Very powerful stuff we kind of left behind. And so the last one in that section, that's KC modules, which, in my opinion, should rely more on kconfig xt. That one, obviously, I mean, I'm slightly biased because of my work during work time at Enyoka. I realized that the knowledge, to my surprise, because I didn't expect that, I realized that the knowledge about kconfig xt had been almost completely lost. There's still code using it, right? But and the actual implementation is still in there. But most of the more recent KC modules I've seen during that particular work were not using it, right? Or using it the wrong way when they did. Or were even structured in a way which would make it hard to use it. And when you look at so now we have KC modules which are QML based. When you look at how the QML integration of this has been designed, clearly there have been gaps in the knowledge about kconfig xt, which actually makes it impossible to make kconfig xt work as intended. So you have to make kind of workarounds and split your XML files in smaller pieces than you would do as it was intended. And so that was interesting for me because that was a first-hand witnessing of knowledge loss inside of a group of humans, right? Because of a generational change. It's that most of the people who actually did a lot of the old KC modules or implemented kconfig xt were gone, right? So the next generation coming needed to make new modules, just didn't spot it and went on without it. Then, so I split that in different sections, particularly like this one. We have the forgotten technologies we invented. So there's a typo there, but we invented before everyone else. And so first example is coming from our dear lovely Marco Martin about remote data engines, because so we had this, well, not completely, that was more prototypes, but today it would be called an IoT protocol, right? So so that's interesting because we kind of invented IoT before it was a thing. And that's in part why the data engines were designed the way they were designed. So the idea was, you should imagine that if your phone or tablet could discover compatible devices around you and display corresponding plasmoids. Interestingly, if you've looked at the Harmony OS 2.0 announcement by Huawei this week, they are doing exactly this in a slightly different way. So the thing is, you can get to any compatible device, tap your phone on it, and then your phone displays a widget which allows you to actually control the device, right? So that's exactly the same intent. And that's actually, it was more than an idea because there was code for this. And I've been working, for instance, on something which was called QJolly, which was implementing the Jolly protocol, which was a service-oriented protocol for this kind of features. And we even had a prototype of a data engine using this to communicate across devices. So nowadays, data engines, people don't like them. There are good reasons for not liking the API, right? And so they are even on the way out, right, with the changes in QML. So data engines, they were kind of elegant in theory, but in practice, as we see, developers seem to not like them. But I think we should keep in mind why they were done that way, right? And the type of features we add inside with that particular structure to make sure that we actually get a shot at reviving that effort later on. And another one that's Plasma Active, which was an attempt to go on mobile while staying out of the race of who has the most applications. So that was about using a semantic database, right, and gather data from the sensors, so location, Wi-Fi networks, time of day, emails, etc., to give suggestions on what are the most important documents, website, activities, and apps for this time and place. Yes, we invented Google now before it was a thing, right? And we did it in a way that the privacy invasion wasn't part of the equation. That failed to gain traction because, well, clearly at the time that was probably too early because of the hardware availability and mostly for mobile, right? And that's, well, I mean, computation-wise, probably too expensive, maybe even today, to do on the terminal alone. But maybe that's something to think about resurrecting, coupled with a couple of Nextcloud applications or whatever server-side stuff. Then we got the forgotten organizational practices. So back to translations, and so still from Sébastien Renard, translations were almost a point where all teams converged to a common tool. Interesting bit here is almost, right? And warning there, we're talking about the language-specific translation teams. The core team, which does the link between the devs and the translators, actually seem to work fairly well. But yeah, almost the same tool. Then everyone went back in their respective corners, neglecting their tools. Some teams went back to just sending emails to know who worked on what and before that, we had actually booking pages which were up to date. And so lots of translators without the big picture, right? As soon as the leadership disappears, it spirals out of control again, and some new leadership shows up and starts from scratch. So we seem to have cycles like this happening regularly on the translation side. Then we got the FLA, organizational again, still a small one, but that keeps happening. No, the FLA is not about licensing your work to KDE. And do you even know what the FLA is? You should. You probably should sign it. And I won't spend the time explaining what it is here. There's an excellent talk from Adrian this week. You should watch it. It's very funny. We also got that one. The KDEV is not the community mantra, which keeps popping up. And well, I would answer that with a question: where do you think the KDEV membership is coming from, really? And then I've that last one from Alesh, which I particularly like. So he said something which was, what I'm missing the most nowadays is paced communication at large scale. So do you remember blogs and mailing lists? Did you notice that they're getting less and less used? That's basically what we're talking about there. So clearly instant communication in the community went up, which is good in its own ways. But that happened at the expense of tools, which made it harder to miss things and easier to build consensus, like mailing lists, blogs, and so on, which I mentioned. And I find this one particularly interesting because it's a practice we had, and that reduced the chances of knowledge loss, right? So we have knowledge loss on something which was a safeguard against somewhat knowledge loss, right? So that's kind of a vicious circle starting right there, which makes me transition to my conclusion, to the happiness of Lydia, who is pestering me to stop. So what, right? So you're nice, Kevin, right? Thanks for the examples, but what, right? Well, at least now you're aware of it, which was my primary goal for that particular talk. So we seem to have it, right? So what are the consequences of this? So if we get back to that paper I was citing earlier, the results of the study indicate that knowledge loss can lead to significant and widespread performance implications for an organization. They show that strategies that target the retention of tacit knowledge and its inclusion in firms' routines are effective to mitigate knowledge loss. All right. So hopefully you see why I think about it and would like to see KDE improve there. And the obvious question is on the slide right now, right? What can we do about it? And so let's see what we can do about that. So the first thing is knowledge management, right? Which is the process of creating, sharing, using, and managing the knowledge of and information of an organization. So it's a very large field, actually, which has been established at the end of the 20th century. So there's a lot of paper, right, academic papers. They kind of let us down a bit because of the very company-oriented nature I was mentioning earlier. But still, there are a few things to take from them. So the first one is, I mean, that seems kind of obvious, right? Documentation. But mind the question mark at the end. So we need to make sure that the existing practice are not out of sight of newcomers. So the onboarding effort we have, for instance, is very important there, right? We need to have a developer story, we need documentation, wikis, and that's the important bit, they need to be maintained properly. In that regard, we can learn a thing or two from GitLab because they are really good at documenting how they work. But we have to be careful when we do this, because too much documentation is like no documentation at all, because then it's hard to maintain and people would just stop referring to it. And that's kind of what we do, because we don't really maintain our doc. We keep piling stuff, right? And we're afraid of losing somewhere else, so we just add stuff, and we don't necessarily update the old pages we have on the wikis, for instance. So you can get stuff dating back to KD4. And that means there's too much, and people basically probably don't read it much. So you really need to focus first on high priority knowledge in all areas. And the bare minimum is making the processes explicit, especially the necessary ones which are necessary for handing over to another team later on, because you really want to think about continuity. And second tool, which is very powerful, is storytelling, right? So it's powerful to help people remember things for a long while. And that's to make sure that all practices also are regularly reminded to everyone, all timers included. And in a group discussion, that's also a process of collective narration that can help influence others, and that helps unify the group by linking the past to the future. We started to do things like this recently, which is good. That's in part what we do around the goals, for instance. As you can see from the reserved slots, that's also what I'm trying to do here with that particular talk and all those key examples I was giving. And during my Academy 2013 keynote titled The KD Democracy, where there's some of this. And last, and that will be my last slide, there's the retention and continuation. So to make sure nothing gets lost when someone leaves or becomes inactive, you need to have some of this. And so knowledge retention is also known as knowledge continuation. That's the activities addressing the challenge of knowledge loss as a result of people leaving the community or the firm. And there are several techniques in there. So there's the mapping of knowledge competencies, roles, and to identify where your current gaps and your future gaps might be. There's also defining for each of the chosen role the main knowledge that should be retained, right? Remember, focusing on the essential for the documentation, right? That work helps you actually finding out where that is, and building rituals in which the knowledge is documented or transferred on, and that should be done when the person actually starts working in the community. And then you get the transfer of knowledge and information prior to someone leaving by means of sharing documents or shadowing or mentoring. And then there's also, so it's not strictly in the literature, but something which I got reminded by one of the person I interviewed, and that was Elio actually. We should probably try to keep a list of alumni from the community when we learn that they leave and so on, to try to reach out to them to make sure that we have a point of contact so that we can consult them on specific topics later on, right? Which is a way of, if we have a gap that we didn't document, then we get actually a chance of reaching out to someone who might know, which we almost never do. And that's it from me. And I'm not sure if we have time for questions, but if you have any.
Thank you so much, Kevin. That was awesome. There are a bunch of questions in the notes, but I fear we have run out of time. Maybe you can answer them after the talk. For everyone else.
You want me to annotate in the notes, right?
Yes.
Okay, I will do this.
For everyone else, thanks so much. And take a bit of what Kevin talked about to heart and think about what kind of knowledge is just with you and should be shared with more people.
If that wasn't the end of the conference, I would say I will plan above and so on, right? But that's kind of pointless at that point. So yeah, but that would be worth actually having both. And I think, well, the whole goal was to start the conversation around that topic.
Thank you so much. And now we are moving on to the second round of student showcases. This time we have Anuj, Paritosh, Sashwat, and Shivam. Let's see what they have to show us.
Student Showcase, Part 2.
Hi everyone, I'm Sashwat, a GSOC 2020 student working on the project EteSync Sync Backend for Akonadi. My project is about adding a new sync functionality to KDPIM apps. All KDPIM apps that come under contact, like K-address book and K-organizer, can currently sync the user's personal information through a variety of services, like Google Contacts, Google Calendars, Microsoft EWS, DAV Graphier servers, and others. So the aim is to add to this list a secure end-to-end encrypted open source sync solution called EteSync. So a little more about what EteSync is. So EteSync, as I said, is a secure end-to-end encrypted open source solution for your contacts, calendars, and tasks. EteSync clients are available for a number of platforms, including Android, iOS, the desktop CalDAV CardDAV bridge, the web client, and a Thunderbird plugin has been developed recently. The server is also open source and can be self-hosted. EteSync integrates really well with your existing applications. For example, on Android, you could simply download the EteSync app and use your favorite calendar app to sync your EteSync events. Now a little about Akonadi. So Akonadi is the backend framework for storage, indexing, and retrieval of the user's personal information, like contacts, calendars, and tasks. So the benefit of Akonadi is that it provides a centralized system for user data management. Otherwise, all PIM apps would have their own cache and data management. Akonadi provides an extensive client API to make development easier. One such implementation is called the Akonadi resource. So all external services that are integrated into Contact, like as I said, Google, Microsoft, or the DAV servers, all these external services have their resources, have Akonadi resources running, which interface between Akonadi and your server. So my work is to make a new resource to enable native EteSync integration in Akonadi. Note that users could previously also use EteSync by setting up the EteSync DAV bridge and using the DAV resource, but my project enables native EteSync integration, which is clearly better. So the project status is that the resource is ready for beta testing, and we would love to have more testers, so do reach out if you're interested. I'll give a small demo of the working resource. So here I have K-organizer open. I can add a calendar and the EteSync entry shows up. So I'll add my test credentials. I have locally hosted the resource, the server, and that's why this IP is a local IP. I enter my EteSync encryption password, and all the events are fetched. So we can also add a new event. Let's call this test event 6. And we can go to the EteSync web client and refresh this to see that it has been fetched. So similarly, K-address books syncs all your address books and contacts. So for example, if I delete this contact here, and if I go to the web client and refresh it, you can see the contact is deleted from EteSync. So there's a lot more than this demo shows, including journal addition, modification, deletion, and item modification. But that's it for this presentation. To know more about the project, you can join the IRC channels #Akonadi and #EteSync. You can read more about the project and the status updates on my blog or the EteSync blog, or you could also contact me directly. So thanks a lot for listening. That's it.
Hi, I'm myself Shivam Balikondwar. I worked on adding file processing for ROCS ID during season of KD in year 2020 this summer. A little introduction about me. So I contributed for, as I already said, I contributed for KD And in the past, I also contributed for Chromium and Linux as well in Rust, C++, and related to compilers and operating systems. Coming back to my project work during this SOK. So first I'll start with the basic part. So what are files? So file is a collection of data. When we structurally, logically arrange this data into a hierarchical data structure, then we have these respective file formats. In this case, we went with KML file format. So about this file formats process, first the ROCS ID opens the file, imports it as a bit stream. Now from that stream, we have file parsers written using QI parsers in EBNF notation grammar. So using this grammar, the parser parses this stream and creates a parse tree out of that. From this parse tree, we can generate tokens which give the real information data which is stored in the respective files or the respective file format, which in this case it's the KML. So coming to the work that was done during the SOK, for the first week there was a debate regarding why was KML an important file format that was required in ROCS ID. So the reason was obvious because it was widely used. It is widely used today, and it's user friendly and easy to read and visualize. So that was the main reason behind this. During this, my mentor, Akonadi, helped me in guiding me through this entire project work. Till now, after this first week, the second and third weeks were invested in discussing the file structure, researching on other file formats and learning from them. And after researching and documenting an approach, on the right hand side, as you can see, this is the file structure of KML in ROCS ID. That is for that we have implemented parser and grammar. So using this parser and grammar, we are able to import and process this file format and generate tokens out of it. So that's the progress till now. And from the table you can see get information regarding the various tags and the information, the data that these tags contain. Coming up, the rest part is integrating this parser with the graph engine, which will import the tokens and create graph out of it, and testing and documentation. Now on the right side you can see I have tested a screenshot of what will be this KML file structure look like. Like it will have graph tag, then types, directed, then IDs for nodes, then color for this node, then edge defining the different edge from one node to another, and connect one node to other, and its respective color representation. In the visualization you can see A is directed to B and B is directed to C. The edges are blue and the node as well as blue with IDs A, B and C. And on the left hand side we have the parser implementation that is currently implemented. From the entire SOK, I learned it was quite a great experience for me. I learned the value of open source in software development, then the positivity of community which help young developers to get a head start in open source and making good contributions for it, and also both C++ library and pipe processing, which was my main interest behind this contribution. So that's all from my side. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Paritosh and I'm working on a Qt3D based backend for KStars in my Google Summer of Code 2020. My mentors are Mike Cruz and Jason Mutlak, and you can contact me using this. So let's begin. So first I'll start by introducing what a planetarium software is. It's simply a program which simulates the night sky at any location of the Earth at any given time. And there are separate planetarium software such as Stellarium, KStars, SkyMap, formerly known as Google SkyMap. Now there are mostly two parts to these planetarium softwares. The one part, it focuses on getting the data of the positions of the object in 3D or 2D coordinates. And the second part is the drawing part, which actually draws the sky objects from the data. Now softwares like Stellarium, they are capable of drawing in 3D. However, other softwares like KStars, they currently only use a 2D based backend. For 2D, we have a popular backend known as QPainter, and there was also work on an OpenGL version. Right now, what we aim in this project is to add a 3D backend, and which will be based on a Qt 3D based framework. So this is a brief overview of how KStars actually draws the sky objects. As I said, there's a information bit or a data bit and a draw bit. So we have the information in KStars and we have a class known as SkyMap, which is actually the widget on which everything is drawn. So SkyMap actually can use either SkyMap QDraw or SkyMap GLDraw. And this QDraw, this actually is the QPainter based backend widget, and the GLDraw is the OpenGL based backend widget. Again, we have something known as the SkyMap composite, and this is where everything is drawn. This controls the draw calls for each sky object, and this sky object is just a base class for each and everything. This includes planets and comets, moon, everything. The individual classes of these have the draw call, which could either utilize QPainter or OpenGL, and this has been served using a common interface SkyPainter. Now, since the SkyPainter draw calls, which are called in the SkyObject class, they occur at every paint event, so we can't utilize Qt3D using this interface. We can't do this. And the reason behind this is because Qt3D utilizes something known as scene graph as its drawing principle, and which basically means you have to give all the information to Qt3D and it will handle the drawing. Thus, the only solution to solving this problem is actually having both initialization and update draw calls in SkyMap composite. And this means each and every sky object, they needs to have these two calls. And the initialization call, it will be utilized to use to initialize the scene graph, and the update call will just change the transformation coordinates or anything related to projections or colors. So this was what I suggested in the previous slide. We have a custom window which is derived from the Qt3D window, and each sky object, it has the option to actually modify the Qt 3D window, which the custom window we have used here, and this will have calls for everything. This include initializing some sky object, be it a planet or a moon or anything, and even for update calls for all those. So till now we mainly discussed the integration section, that is how to integrate Qt 3D inside KStars. Now we are talking about some technicalities related to drawing, as in using that backend to draw in 3D. And this mainly covers two main topics, which is astronomical projections and instance rendering. So we generally, when we use 3D software or we play 3D games, we actually use something known as perspective or orthogonal projection. They, however, don't apply for astronomical softwares. And for astronomical softwares, we have a set of 6 projections inside KStars. These include Lambert or equirectangular, etc. Now, the main complexion was to employ uh, these projections inside the shaders, and when we are drawing it, so instead of the x, y, or z coordinate, which is served in which is given to the s vertex position to the vertex shader while drawing, we have actually have to give the right ascension and the declination of the sky object to the vertex shader, and this will actually project it using one of the 6 projection astronomical projections and project them on a 2D screen, and then it is further given to the fragment shader, which handles the coloring, etc. So this was a difficult bit to tackle and was the first problem in the drawing side. The second problem is related to instance rendering. So as KStars, it can have a lot of stars or a lot of sky objects, and we can't draw all of them individually by giving like separate buffers for every time we send shader info to a graphic card. To solve this, we use something known as instance rendering, which is we give all the vertex positions and other shader information in the that is the other shader parameters in just one buffer, and it handles the drawing for multiple objects at the same time. So instance rendering was utilized throughout KStars, and most importantly when we use it to draw stars and the grid. So this can include the grid lines, which are similar to latitude or longitude for planetarium softwares. So for example, for rendering stars, we actually just place the points at the given right ascension and declination for that projection, and then we pass in this happens in the vertex shader, and then we pass it to a geometric shader which just summons a quadrilateral at that particular point, and it has the texture for the star we want to draw, and then it is passed to the fragment shader. Here are the results, and as you can see, we have our sun, we have a few red lines, we have a few stars, and so some keyboard and mouse actions are working right now. This includes zooming and panning and changing projections or turning off the particular sky object. Similarly, we have more textures and we'll add more 3D models for the other sky objects as well. So this was my work, and thank you, and you are free to ask any queries that you have.
Hello everyone, my name is Anuj Bansal and I'm a final year undergraduate student from India. I have been working with the KDE web team since December 2019 and I'm currently working on improving the web infrastructure for KDE as part of Google Summer of Code 2020. My GSOC project consists of two parts. As the first part of my project, I worked on porting KDE's main website, kde.org, to Hugo. The website is currently built using PHP. Now, the website for the most part is a static website, and the parts of it that are dynamic, like the applications page, have already been built as a subsite. So it doesn't make a lot of sense to use PHP for it. There's also a lot of problems like slow build times and the need for manual work. For example, the list of announcements on the website is built manually by adding each announcement to a list. This is where Hugo comes into play. Hugo is a static site generator based on Golang and provides great speed and flexibility. It solves many of the problems with the PHP site. It allows us to construct layouts which reduce the amount of duplicate code. For example, every announcement only changes slightly from the other ones, so we can have a layout that has the dynamic part inserted into it. There are also Hugo shortcodes that are sort of like functions that provide some syntactic sugar. I can use the single line of code to embed a YouTube video into a page, and we can also create some custom shortcodes for some functionality. I'm happy to say that this part of my project is now complete and is now being tested, after which it can be deployed. The second part of my project involves a complete revamp of the Season of KDE website. The website now looks much more modern and mobile friendly. The website now also uses the new OAuth based identity service that is currently being built by my mentor Carl. Some of the new functionality on the website includes a nice and easy to use admin panel, badges assigned to students and mentors, and the support for multiple mentors for a project. One of the most helpful new features I believe would be the new Markdown support. The students can have much more detailed and nice looking proposals. Some of the students may remember from some random HTML being added to their proposal from last year. Currently, I'm working on adding the ability for the mentors and students to be able to comment on the proposals for feedback and also automatic certificate generation at the end of the program. Finally, I would like to say that it has been a wonderful experience contributing to the KDE community. That's all from me. Thank you so much for listening to me. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you so much to the students. The second round was really cool. Please a round of applause for the students. We will be back in 7 minutes with a talk by Nate Graham. And then after that, we will do the final and third round of students' presentations. See you in a bit. And we're back with a talk by Nate Graham. We are going to hear him talk about visions for the future. And I heard there's stuff like world domination in there. Nate, tell us more.
Hi, everybody. So today I want to talk a little bit about how I think we can go about getting Plasma and other KDE software on all kinds of hardware. So this was one of the major goals of the Usability and Productivity Initiative, which I proposed and worked on a couple of years ago. And I want to ask, do we think we succeeded? And I think we generally did. So the next step is to move on to the next thing. And I think what that next thing is to create an official KDE OS. So you might ask, why would we want to do this? Well, the simplest reason is we have to if we want a direct relationship with hardware vendors, because that's what they need. They need an OS, and that means working with distro partners, or it means having our own OS. And we love our distro partners. I do too, but having our own OS allows us to have our own relationship with them. And thankfully, we already have one. That OS is Neon. Unfortunately, Neon is a bit of a halfway product. It's mostly designed to showcase KDE software. Non-KDE software can be very outdated and is not necessarily guaranteed to work. It has a very small development team, and most puzzlingly, we don't admit that KDE Neon is an OS in our own messaging. So, on the other hand, KDE Neon is indeed enough of an OS that the Slimbook people ship it on their hardware, and lots of people use it as their daily driver on their own computers, including my wife. She loves it. It's really great. So I think it's time for us to finally admit that Neon is a real OS and treat it as such. We can say that it's what we believe the reference implementation of KDE software ought to look like and promote it accordingly. You know, just clean up our messaging a little bit. And so what would a new, bigger, more official Neon look like? Well, first of all, it would have the latest kernels in it for hardware enablement purposes. It would probably have a method to have newer kernels in it than even its parent OS Ubuntu does. It would have more up-to-date third-party apps. If not from the repos, then maybe from Flatpak or Snap, or one of these generally new generation app deployment mechanisms that we support. It would have a lot more development resources too, and this is sort of a call to action here. I think if you want to make this happen, please go ahead and help out. There's also the possibility that in case Neon's Ubuntu base ever proves unsuitable for some reason, it could be rebased on another OS. I think we can be fairly agnostic about that. And generally, our new Neon-based KDE OS it would just be more awesome in every way. That's what I think is the most important thing about it. Now, here's the obvious question that I know a lot of you are asking. Is this the worst idea anybody has ever come up with? Because clearly making an official KDE OS would destroy the ecosystem, and it would alienate our distro partners who we rely on, use, and love, and even get financial support from. I don't believe so. I personally think that there is room in the ecosystem for everybody, as evidenced by the fact that we essentially already did this. We created our own KDE OS, even though we didn't call it as such, and it did not destroy the ecosystem. It worked. I think in general, when people like us define their own reference implementation of something, it has a tendency to improve the ecosystem rather than destroy it. Microsoft did this, for example, when they started selling their own PC hardware. They didn't kill Dell and Lenovo. They pushed them to make their own offerings better. And in general, I think this has happened and will continue to happen as we promote Neon even more. And I don't even believe that we should want to kill other distros or destroy them. I personally use OpenSUSE as a tumbleweed myself. I'm very happy with it. I like it a lot. I don't not trying to kill it. I probably would continue to use it after this. So I think there's more room in the world for just one, and that's sort of what I want to communicate about that. I think the end result of this would be pretty beneficial for us because we would be able to work directly with hardware vendors in a better way. Having Neon has already allowed us to do this, and I think it's important that we continue to improve that offering so that we can improve our ability to work with hardware vendors. And I think there's also a very good chance, as I mentioned earlier, that making Neon our own official reference implementation of KDE software would encourage other KDE distros to up their game, do a better job. Not to say that they do a bad job. Obviously, I use a non-Neon distro, and I think they do a great job, but there's always room for improvement everywhere, right? And I think this is an example where competition potential to help everybody. So once we've got our KDE OS, so to speak, what we need to do is to create a hardware certification program. This is important for a couple of reasons. The biggest one is because hardware vendors will be able to use this to have an official channel for working with us on whatever changes they need. Furthermore, having an official hardware certification process brings confidence to users. They will be able to know that if they install this on their own hardware that happens to be certified, that everything will work. There's no more fear or guesswork. And institutions that want to use Linux or other free operating systems rely on these kinds of programs because they mitigate risk. These institutions tend to be very risk averse, and they want to make sure that things will work properly and not be an IT burden. So they are very sensitive to the presence or absence of some kind of official certification program. So the data program from. Part of it will be the official QA on the KDE side with vendor-provided hardware. This is what happened with the KDE, for example. There is also an element where it could be crowdsourced. There are lots of KDE people out there, and they could submit their own data, much in the manner that the ArchWiki has informal ways of showing compatibility with different hardware, and we could basically do the same thing. So the end result of all of this would be that we learn what hardware vendors want from us and what they need in our software projects, which allows us to make them better. And we start adjusting our software so that it becomes more attractive for pre-installation on hardware. And I think that's really the ultimate end goal if we want to get our hardware into more users' hands. So next, once we actually have all of this stuff, we need to partner with those hardware vendors so that they can actually create products with our software on it. We would want to get it added as a pre-installed option for the various people who already sell Linux-friendly hardware like Tuxedo, Slimbook, Pine, Star Labs, others, but there are bigger fish to fry. We want Dell and Lenovo as well. They already sell hardware with Ubuntu on it and Fedora, so we need to make sure that they have KDE by default stuff on there and not just GNOME stuff. So we've already started doing this, which is really great. We have Slimbook. They have Neon on their Slimbook laptops, which are really, truly fantastic. They offer it as an option on other machines. And I think we should continue moving in that direction overall. So when we do this, what we're going to all see is more hardware on it that runs Plasma, and most game-changingly, it'll be sold at retail where regular people can gain access to it. And I think this is so powerful. Moreover, if we're used to working with hardware vendors and we have a steady stream of them, this makes it easy for KDE to get into new hardware markets. We're already working on Plasma Mobile, so that constitutes phones, there's tablets, voice assistants with Mycroft, smart TVs with Plasma Big Screen, and then there's even cars because of the pre-existing overlap with the Qt ecosystem and automotive. And we would also benefit from contributions from our hardware vendor partners' software teams, and in addition, their QA efforts. So I think it has the potential overall to be a virtuous cycle for everybody. Now, we've had some successes so far. There's the Ryzen-powered KDE Slimbook. It's been very well received. It's a really great piece of hardware. There's the Kubuntu Focus laptop, which runs Kubuntu. The Pinebook Pro is sold with Manjaro, and there are various other companies that sell Plasma-based distros on them. So, you know, we're doing it. It's happening, and it's generally working. We just need to double down and keep doing it, I think. Now, here's the big thing that will make all of this possible, is we need to start paying for development work within KDE. Here's a big one. There are a couple of reasons why I think we need to do this. The first one is because there are so many important things within KDE that just don't have enough resources that we all desperately need to improve. Things like sysadmin is one, web is another. Carl is single-handedly doing all of this himself on web, but that's not sustainable. We need more sustainable means to do this stuff. And when we talk about sustainability, that can be a problem with employed professionals outside of the KDE sphere, because they generally are busy with their jobs and their families and their children, and they lack the time for intensive contribution that they are technically capable of doing. While on the other hand, students who have lots of time need guidance by experienced professionals who don't have the time to give it to them. Another one is that the KDE EV has lots of money right now in particular, and has a legal obligation to spend it, and sometimes has difficulty spending it because of almost the elephant in the room here. The EV often spends money on everything but development, and I think if it becomes critical to get that cash reserve down, spending money on development is probably the easiest and fastest way to do it. And finally, most long-term KDE contributors are actually paid anyway. They're just not generally paid by KDE itself, because there's a whole vibrant ecosystem surrounding KDE. So in the end, what we can see is that this is basically the only route to sustainable development. KDE is largely not built by unpaid volunteers, but rather by paid professionals who are either paid to work on KDE stuff or paid to work within the KDE realm by affiliated companies like KDAB and Enyoka. And if you look at KDE's most successful and largest and well-known projects, they are themselves generally led by paid professionals already. Looking at like Krita, which has paid developers from the Krita Foundation. There's Plasma, whose developers are paid by Blue Systems, and Enyoka, Sousa, and others. And there's Neon, which is funded by Blue Systems. These are generally professional affairs, not 100% volunteer. And I think it's really notable just how impactful that can be. So when we're talking about paying for development work, there are a lot of different ways it can go, but I think a good way to start would be to have the decisions be made democratically. The EV could decide which projects could be financially supported. This could be done by voting, so people would, whose feelings would not be hurt so much. The EV itself would perform the hiring and oversee the work as they currently do for the contractors, so we know that that skill set exists. In general, we would want to hire from within the community as much as possible, as we already do. And we could also ask EV members to contribute a little bit more financially. And I think this would be an easier pill if we all knew that the more money we put into the EV, the more paid developers, some of which could be ourselves, would be able to be hired. My own personal recommendation would be sysadmin, and then we move into maintenance and R&D of core software like frameworks, Plasma, and some of our basic apps like Dolphin and GwenView and Ocular. And yes, I'm the only speaker who gives a talk from my bed. I think the end result of this would be that we have a career path for young KDE contributors, which is so important for reasons that lots of other people have brought up too. It means less brain drain. People who are in the community get to stay in the community. They get to move from being new to experienced to senior engineers to actually mentoring others. And this ensures that KDE remains a really healthy and vibrant community. It would obviously mean faster development. Our software would be more stable. I think we would become a more professional organization as a whole, and as a result, hardware vendors would gain confidence that they can entrust their hardware with our software. And finally, the KDE EV stays out of legal trouble because they don't have a giant cash reserve that nobody knows how to spend. So here's the next question that is on everybody's mind, obviously. Is this another worst idea ever? Would it sap developers' motivations, pick winners, alienate everybody else, and go against the spirit of free software? Now, I personally don't think it would, because in a lot of ways, this is where we already are. Lots of KDE developers are already paid to work on KDE, just not by KDE, it's by third parties. And the EV already pays for non-technical work, so we know the EV can do this. So we can see that unpaid volunteers are already used to working with paid contributors. It isn't really a problem. It doesn't embitter them. It doesn't make us feel like we have been passed over and that therefore our motivation has been sapped. Basically, it already works because it's already working. And you know, there's nothing about free software that requires unpaid volunteerism. People have bills, especially as they age. You know, we buy houses and cars. We have children who need to be fed, and so on and so forth. You know, financial needs are a thing, and you know, we can always try to see if it works. We can be a little bit agile, and if it works, we can expand it. If it doesn't work, we can cancel it. But I think we don't have anything to lose just by trying. And so I want to talk a little bit about how impactful this can be, because it's in fact already happening. I have just been reading in the chat that apparently my numbers for the Krita Foundation are wrong, and there are in fact more full-time contributors than I have listed on this slide, which is a great example of how well it works. The last numbers that I have for the Blender Development Fund were that they were getting 100,000 euros a month, and we're hiring 20 full-time developers. Linux Mint has 3 full-time developers for, you know, 10 to 15,000 or 12 to 15,000 a month, and so on and so forth. You know, so this is a model that works, and I just want you to all to imagine what KDE could do with that many paid developers coordinated internally. I think we could really move mountains if we had that. So I'm going to wrap it up a little bit early because I want to leave lots of time for questions. I think what we have to do is we need to make a real official KDE OS we admit is a KDE OS. We need to create a hardware certification program so that users and institutions gain confidence using it. We need to partner with even more hardware vendors to ship it on their hardware. And we need to start hiring community members to make all of this more easily possible and increase the speed of our progress. And then we win! Victory! So does anybody have any questions?
Yes, thank you so much. There are a bunch of questions. I'm going to start reading them out for you. The first question people had was, what changed since the inception of KDE Neon, which was deliberately not named a KDE OS? Is it just the hardware partnerships?
So this is a question that I maybe am not the best person to answer. We should probably direct it at the Neon team themselves. My sense is that our desire was to not call it an OS to avoid upsetting our existing distro partners. Personally, don't think this was a satisfying solution, if indeed that was the reason, because regardless of what we call it, it's definitely an actual OS out there that users can install that, in fact, a hardware vendor does pre-install. So I think calling it what it is doesn't, you know, not calling it what it is doesn't soften the blow. The blow is already there. Apparently the blow has not killed anybody, so maybe we can call it what it really is in the future. But again, this would be a question more for the Neon team than me.
Yeah. The second question is very related and someone is answering it. Let's move to the third question. I don't think KDE Neon is the reference implementation. There is no special care currently of the developers for KDE Neon. Apparently you think else. Could you elaborate?
So the point that I want to make about Neon is not so much that I think it's the perfect OS right now. In fact, I don't even use it. It's more that I think KDE as an organization needs to put in the effort to actually create something that we do believe is a suitable reference implementation. That thing could be Neon. That thing could be something else. It could be, I don't know, Fedora Silverblue with Plasma on it. It could be OpenSUSE via a much tighter partnership with them and more overlap. But I think what's important is that we have something that we consider to be the reference implementation that we largely own and control, that will allow us to have a direct relationship with hardware partners. I gather from the question that you don't like Neon. That's perfectly fine. You don't have to. I think it can always be made better, and other things can. But what I'm just trying to communicate here is that I think we need to start somewhere. Often things that we start with are imperfect, and I think the goal is what matters, less so where we're starting.
Thank you. The next question. Given that Neon already exists, what should be changed or improved?
Let me see. I think I had a slide about this. Maybe I can find it. I'm probably not going to be able to find it. But in a nutshell, I think what Neon needs from a hardware vendor perspective, whatever, I'll just go back to the end. It needs newer kernels. I think it needs for non-KDE apps to be up to date and to be more reliable. I think those are probably the biggest things from my end. There are all sorts of underlying technical things regarding what distro it's based on. I'm pretty agnostic about distro and packaging tools, but to me, those are the big things. And of course, if you have your own opinions, you're welcome to express them in a Neon context so that we can all work on them and make it all better.
Cool. Then the next question is, what hardware categories are you actually talking about specifically? Depending on type of hardware, the main thing/difficulty is to be able to install it and update it. But for example, on laptops and desktop, that is not so much an issue.
Yeah, I think the sky's the limit when it comes to hardware. Laptops and desktops are a pretty obvious one. Mobile is another one. We already have a couple emerging partnerships there with the Pine people and various other things. So I think we really shouldn't limit ourselves and our imagination here, because our software is so good and so flexible that we really should consider that it's capable of running on almost everything. I mean, consider that I'm running Plasma on my computer. You can have Plasma on your TV. You can now have KDE software on a smart home voice assistant. I mean, our stuff is everywhere. This is amazing stuff. We just need to make sure that it's easy for people to buy it because it's sold with it by default.
Cool. Then the next question we have is, instead of becoming a professional distributor to be able to cooperate with hardware vendors, might it be more sensible to contribute with existing distros instead to achieve the same goal?
So that's a good question. I think this is something that we generally already do and have been doing for 25 years. This is the old model where we make the software and somebody else packages and distributes it, and then we loosely or closely work with them to make sure it's what everybody wants. I'm not saying this is a bad model. I'm not trying to destroy this model, but I think there's room in this model for us to be a distributor as well, as evidenced by the fact that we are already doing it. Again, I want to emphasize that this is not a hypothetical thing. We are already distributors. We have Neon. We allow people to download it and put it on their OS. There is now a hardware vendor, Slimbook, that sells our OS. So I think you can make the case that we're a bad distributor, but you can't say that we're not doing it. So what I think I said earlier was, the more we double down on this, the more it actually encourages other distributors to improve their own offerings. And I really do believe that. I'm not trying to say we should kill OpenSUSE and Fedora and Ubuntu. Nothing could be further from the truth. I love them and have used all of their OSs. I just think that if we take control of our own distro, it adds vibrancy to that ecosystem and shows people what we think our software could be. and has the potential to encourage those distros to learn from us in the same way that we can and have learned from them.
Yeah, cool. Then we have one feature / downside of Neon is that it's rolling, and I'm reluctant to give that to many people who won't want new updates every day. Do you think that's suitable for non-nerds?
Well, Neon is an odd beast because it's both rolling and non-rolling, right? So the KDE software aspect is rolling, but the Ubuntu LTS base is non-rolling. Personally, I think this often doesn't satisfy anybody because people who want the latest software want all of their software to be up to date, and people who want a longer period of QA and maturity want all of the software to be like that. So I think this is something I've always personally wanted in an OS, is some kind of a user-facing switch that allows you to determine this for yourself. So you could say, I want everything to be rolling, and then you get it all new. Or alternatively, you would say, I want to only get releases after they've been out for, I don't know, 3 months, 6 months, 8 months, so you can rely on the community to do more QA in that respect. I've never actually seen an OS that has something like this. I know Linux Mint in the past has had a variant of it, but not exactly this. So I think that could be pretty cool. I'd like that.
Mm-hmm. Let's see if we can get one more in. Hardware vendors like Purism built their own distro, which, for example, uses GNOME as default. Why not talking to them so they use KDE in their own distros?
So I have reached out to them. I have not gotten a response, unfortunately, but I have heard from their own sort of internal rumors that there are people inside that they are open to it. I think this kind of thing is a case where having a personal relationship or a person who can introduce you makes a big impact. I personally don't have that connection. So if you or anybody else does, please reach out to me or anybody else who's interested, because I am very interested in talking to hardware vendors and pitching our stuff to them. Super interested.
Cool. And then one last one, and then we wrap it up. Do you have any idea on how to start the process of payment for development? What do you think in starting this process using a per feature or bug solving basis?
That is more of the bounty approach. I personally don't think that works so well. I think what we would want to do is hire a person to work on a project rather than on specific features. And the discussion for which features within that project to support could be made internally. The EV membership could have a stake. We can discuss that. But I think that, for example, if we hired somebody to work on core software, what I would want to see is that we hire somebody to work on frameworks in general. And we could have prioritization systems so that we could say, hey, here are the really important frameworks bugs that need to be fixed before the next release. And maybe our project coordinator could work with people on that. But I think it's better to have people paid as a more of a salaried basis than hired to work on specific micro features.
Thank you so much. Thanks for all your insights into the topic of how we can make KDE software more accessible and far-reaching. And we will be back in 2 minutes with the third and final piece of the Students Showcase.
You're welcome. Thank you for listening, everybody.
All right, and we're back to part 3 of the student showcases. Are you excited? Yay! The video, please, Alison.
Student Showcase, Part 3.
Hi everyone, my name is Saurabh and I am a third year student at Delhi Technological University. I will be presenting my GCompris project today, which was to implement a storyboard docker in Krita. For those of you who are unfamiliar with storyboarding, it is a graphical representation of a story. So it is meant to convey the idea of a story using pictures. Most storyboards consist of small thumbnails that describe the content of the scene. They may also have some other information like the dialogue or action or the camera movements and positions. Like in this one, they have a thumbnail and some brief description of what is happening in the thumbnail. Storyboarding happens before the actual animation. It's sort of a planning for the animation and makes sure that everyone is on the same page. Also, animating things is time taking and you don't want to spend time on animating something only to be told that this was not what the director wanted. So a storyboard facilitates better discussion about the animation and characters. It also allows you to showcase your idea to potential employers. Alright, moving on to how the Docker is implemented. This Docker is part of Krita's plugin system. Qute's MVC framework is used. So there are two models which interact with each other and there are view and delegate classes for each of the models. Also, Krita's animation interface is used for interaction with the timeline docker in Krita. It takes a list of keyframes that exist in the timeline docker and provides an interface to add some extra data for those frames. Also, thumbnail for all the frames in Storyboard Docker are visible at the same time. Alright, so now let's take a look at the Storyboard Docker in Krita. First of all, to open it, go to Settings, Dockers, and select Storyboard. So now we have the Storyboard Docker selected here. We have a list of panels in the Storyboard Docker. Each panel consists of a thumbnail, the panel's name, its duration, and some comment fields associated with it. The comment field can be changed from the comment submenu. Here we can change the visibility of each of the comment fields on a per document basis and rearrange them and add new comments and delete them and such things. And to edit a comment, just double click and type anything. Now let's take a look at the interactions between the Storyboard Docker and Timeline Docker. Every panel in the Storyboard Docker responds to a frame in Timeline Docker. In the top left corner, there is the frame number for each of the panels. Duration field in the top right corner corresponds to the number of frames to get to the next keyframe. You can see in the Timeline Docker at the bottom, to change the duration for a panel in the Storyboard Docker, all keyframes after the frame for that panel move to the right. Similarly, if we decrease the durations, they move to the left. Also, when keyframes are inserted in the Timeline Docker, the Storyboard panel is inserted in Storyboard Docker. So you can see I inserted a keyframe in Timeline Docker and the corresponding panel was inserted in Storyboard Docker. Similarly, if we remove a keyframe, the panel is removed. If we move the keyframe, its frame number changes. Let's take a look at the buttons at the top of the docker. In the top right corner, we have the Arrange button, which is used to manage how the panels are arranged in the docker. So we can choose the views and modes. Views decide what part of the panel is visible in the docker. You can choose to see only the thumbnail or only the comments or both. The modes options decide how the panel is arranged. You can choose to arrange them in row-wise fashion or column-wise fashion or in a grid. In the top left corner, we have the export button, which can be used to export the storyboard to either a PDF or SVG document. The export dialog has options to manage the layout of the exported document. You can choose the range of the panels to be exported, rows and columns of panels per page, font size, page size, and orientation. There is also an option to choose layout from an SVG file. Let's export the storyboard and see the results. So it works nicely. Thank you very much for watching the presentation.
Hi everyone, my name is Leonardo Segovia. I'm from Bahia Blanca in Argentina, and my project is entitled Dynamic Fill Layers in Krita using SeExpr. This project was implemented in the Krita painting suite and was mentored by Buti Wichin Rem, Dimitri Keseiko, and Ivan Josi. Let's begin with some context. Layers are one of the core concepts of digital painting. They let artists manage certain components independently of the rest of the artwork. For instance, backgrounds, lighting, line art, and so on. Patterns and textures are also essential components. They are used to simulate the appearance of physical materials and phenomena. Usually, they are saved as raster images. This means they are limited at creation time, at their size and resolution. As of the latest stable version of Krita 4.3, it supports using patterns and textures with two types of layers. The first is called a file layer, and it lets you embed stock textures on your canvas. And the second is called a fill layer, and it can be used for flat fills, edited raster patterns, and random noise. As you can see, neither of them lets users create dynamically generated content in an artistically free way. From an implementation point of view, ending a fill layer type requires many moving parts. The first minimum is the following two. First, you must implement a generator which paints the layer contents. Generators are a subclass of Krita's GisGenerator. Next, you need to subclass GisConfig widget to expose a configuration widget. You may also need to implement a new type of resource. This is done in 4 steps. First, you expose the new resource as a subclass of core resource. Then, Krita must be made aware of it through a suitable extension of its resource server. Next, to make it selectable, you need a selection widget. Krita provides a widget for this purpose, for resource item chooser, that can be instantiated with each resource type. Obviously, you will still have to write the same widget and its structure. Parts is freely designable, as long as it integrates with the resource server. So, my project adds a new type of fill layer that implements scriptable dynamic content. This is powered by an expression language library created by Disney Animation called SeExpr. This library enables flexible artistic control and customization of the end result. It not only allows users to write their own scripts, but also to adjust individual variables using Qt widgets. Since SeExpr textures are procedurally generated, most applications, like Krita, are able to render them at any resolution desired, preserving their quality. Furthermore, SeExpr scripts are just like any other resource in Krita. This means it can be created, edited, bundled, and shared across the internet. My project touches many parts in Krita. To begin with, this work involves setting SeExpr up as a third-party dependency and creating the new generator and resource management, as described earlier. I also added extensive documentation to Krita's user manual, a language reference which was ported straight from Disney documentation, an introductory tutorial, a resource management entry, and a full layer entry explaining how it all works. This project also includes an extensive preset bundle courtesy of Walter Van Hover and David Revolt. For the SeExpr side, changes were much more extensive. I cleaned up and refactored a great chunk of the codebase. I fixed many bugs and implemented improvements suggested by the community. Its UI toolkit was also updated and refactored. I added support from ARM devices and enabled localization throughout the language parser and the provided Qt widget. This part of the work is described in more detail in a talk at this year's Akademy, Integrating Hollywood Open Source with KDE Applications. But that is not all. I had time to take on 3 stretch goals. First, I added multi-thread rendering on both field layers in the existing stroke system. Up to now, field layers were rendered with a single background thread. This made SeExpr layers unsuitable for use with big canvases. So I refactored the rendering process into small tiles, and each tile is rendered in a separate shot. It must be noted that this works with supported generators only. Secondly, I enabled field layers to be previewed before addition. My project refactored the rendering process to make it shot injectable in the layer addition stroke. Finally, I cleaned up the last remains of developer documentation in the Krita repository, moving it to the user manual. The drawing we received now shows what you can do with SeExpr. It was made by David Reboy for the episode 33 of his webcomic Pepper and Carrot. The thunder-like force field surrounding the witch was created using this work. SeExpr is available now in IPVs of Krita at krita.org. Thank you all for watching this.
Hello everyone, my name is Gita Kim. In this summer, I participated in Google Summer of Code with KDE, and I worked to improve WebLink protocol integration of 기러기. 기러기 is a young open-source ground control station, which is a software to control drones. It is started and being developed by KDE community. WebLink is a messaging protocol between drones and ground control station. Famous flight control units for drones like Ardupilot and PXPO use this protocol. As the name suggests, my project is about improving WebLink protocol integration of 기러기. For that, I added 3 major features such as TCP and serial connection support, multiple vehicle management, multiple connection management. TCP connection support allows users to control drones through TCP. Serial connection support is the basis of firmware update feature through serial connection. Plus, now 기러기 can manage up to 255 drones at the same time. This feature will be very useful after implementing Mission Planner. In addition to that, now 기러기 can manage different connections with different properties, like multiple serial connections with different port and baud rate. The most challenging thing for me was thinking about overall architecture. 기러기 has plugins to support various models of drones. It supports drones like Rice Tello and Parrot Bebop, and the way how WebLink works is quite different from others. As all plugins use same GUI rather than using GUI for each plugin, I had to think about architecture of GUI and libraries that are shared among plugins. Doing this project, I learned much about how to design a software. In addition to that, I learned about Qt, QML, KDE framework, drones, embedded development, and most importantly, how to contribute to KDE projects. Thank you for watching my presentation. If you have any question, please feel free to ask me.
Hello everyone, my name is Ashwin and I'm a GSoC student for Krita, and my project is integrating the MyPaint brush engine in Krita. My mentors are Baud, Dimitri and Voltera. Okay, so what are brush engines? A brush engine is just a code piece or a component which governs the mannerism in which colors have been painted over the canvas. So they are responsible for look and feel of the brush. So brush engines just take some user input like some tilt angle from stylus, say pressure from stylus, or the velocity at which the stroke is happening. So they just take these inputs, these dynamic inputs, and on the basis of that, they generate a stroke. So, for instance, here I have just compared two brush engines of Krita. To the left, we have a grid brush engine, and it simply looks like a grid of pixels here, while to the right, it looks like some pixels have been sprayed over the canvas. So that is just because we are using different brush engines, so we are getting different effects. So that is just an illustration that brush engine can give us different effects. So MyPaint is a software which is similar to Krita and is used for painting. And artists do love MyPaint brushes a lot. So because of this popularity, the MyPaint developers have separated out their brush engine in the form of a library, namely libMyPaint. So till date, other than the MyPaint itself, GIMP, OpenToons, and Envy have done this integration. So coming to the implementation, to use libMyPaint to render some stroke over our canvas, all we have to do is implement this draw dab and get clear methods. We just need to override this and write the code concerning our own canvas object classes. So draw dab is responsible for rendering the dabs over the canvas, whereas getColor is used by libMyPaint to see the color that is currently present over the canvas. So that is used by MyPaint to render some color smudge effects. This is just a schematic representation of the functioning of BrushLab. So this is just MyPaint library, and this surface, in our case, it's a Caspian device. And this is the stroke to method, which is called for generating strokes. It accepts MyPaint brush object along with some dynamic inputs, say X and Y tilt of stylus, pressure, D time values, which is the time elapsed between current and the previous stroke. And at the back end, it calls our method on draw dab and getColor method over our surface to generate dabs. So for the project, I had two milestones. The first one was to integrate the libMyPaint in the form of a brush engine in Krita, and the other one was to expose the MyPaint settings in the Krita's preset editor, so as to facilitate creation of new MyPaint brushes. So this is the Krita interface, and this is preset chooser of Krita. So let us just filter on MyPaint, and this is the MyPaint presets which have been loaded. We can just pick, say, acrylic, and this is the acrylic stroke. We can pick something like calligraphy. So this is a calligraphy stroke. We can choose something like modeling, and this is the modeling brush. We can pick airbrush, that is an airbrush stroke. So from here we can convert it into a eraser, and it will start working like an eraser. And we can just switch back to our airbrush. This is the preset editor where we can just toggle off the settings. Say we can change the red dye to something smaller, and we can just increase it back. and here we have all of the other settings which MyPaint gives us. Okay, so that's my project, and thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Okay, it seems that was the end of the movie. So please give me some applause for the students that showcased their work. Thank you very much for your work for this year, and I hope we'll be seeing you contributing to KDE again. And starting in a couple of minutes, we'll be having a both wrap-up, and I assume Adrian will be doing the wrap-up, and I am being told this will be his greatest showcase of his abilities yet. So I'm looking very forward to it. Yes, greatest show on earth, exactly. That's what I was being told in the private chats. So, Adrian, since you'll be doing the summary of all the summaries, does that mean that you remember all of the sessions or just all of your summaries? Can all hear Adrian struggling to sit up because I put him on the spot with that question. Sorry. We have 5 minutes left, so if you want to grab a coffee or something else, then that's the best time now. I did say or something else. We have a visual on Adrian. I've muted you while you were being set up because we were hearing strange things, so you need to unmute if you want to communicate in ways other than sign language.
Quack, 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 quack.
I already regret your unmuting. Thanks. So apparently there was some controversy because I suggested coffee at this hour. So what is your beverage of choice, Adrian? And everyone else for that matter.
Well, my beverage of choice is cappuccino until 11 and espresso after 11 in the morning. And then we move into big glasses of water in the afternoon and probably a slightly heavy beer. Ooh, Boudewijn mentioned cider. That is a good idea. But the fridge is kind of lacking in that kind of stuff today. And if Boudewijn was not social distancing, then I would head on over to his place for ciders. Anyway, you were asking earlier, Adam, whether I just remember all the sessions or not. No, I have this thing called a wiki, and it has all the information that we need. So basically, I cheat.
Sounds great.
Ismail mentions the open Suza beer, which is a good choice as well. I have a bottle of that, an empty bottle of that upstairs. That was, I remember FOSDEM wistfully when you could still meet people and they could hand you beer and you would drink it and not be afraid of getting poisoned.
So we have a minute left, so hosts of both sessions, get ready because it will be, again, your moment to shine very soon.
I get the feeling I'm just warming up the room for Valerie, though.
That very well might be the case. And Valerie seems to agree in the chat. So
those people suggesting that I should use my minion, the minion is out horseback riding, so I have no staff at hand to get me drinks.
But what you do have is the audience because it's time for the BOF wrap-up.
All right, welcome everybody to the BOF wrap-up. This is, I hope, my last BOF wrap-up ever, because I'd really like somebody else to take over this role. Not because I don't like it, but because I believe that KDE should be all of our faces, everyone's faces, and not just this one. So sign up now to do the BOF wrap-ups next year. Okay. It was a short day for BOFs today because we had the talks in the afternoon. So let's start off with room 1, which started with a party and celebration because we had the GitLab migration celebration. Bhushan dragged us through some of the history, and Lydia let us sing a song. Lydia, hi.
Hi, yes. We celebrated the migration to GitLab with the amazing team that's been working on it, like Ben, Bhushan, and Nicholas, and a ton of other people. And it was really cool to hear from people what they thought about the migration and what they had learned. And one of the things that we want to highlight from that is that with GitLab in the future, it will become much easier for more people to contribute to KDE, not just code. And it also will become much easier for different types of contributors to work together. So for example, the Primo team is already really happy about GitLab and making it easier for them to work on websites. And we danced.
And we danced. Always important. Thanks, Lydia. Moving on in room 1, there was a bit of a break, and then we had the KDE network supporting local communities. So that's building out KDE into all the places in the world that are coming to us virtually. Annika?
Hi.
Hi.
Let me just turn on my camera. Okay, so we started off by briefly explaining about what KDE network is. So I will explain it again over here for those who don't know about it. So it's basically a group of KDE representatives in their respective cities and countries who are going to promote KDE in their local community. And initially, we are going to start a pilot study in India to see if it works out. And if it doesn't, then we'll see what are the other things which we can do. So the purpose of it is to basically create brand awareness of KDE in that community, increase and engage new contributors, and increase the number of end users in that community. So we also discussed that is it possible to have a legal entity or not? So we discussed that it's going to just be a supporting role. If they want to do that, they can go to board of members for that, because we are just going to support the local communities. Also, we have a financial plan and the main plan ready. So I'm going to share the links over here in the chat. So if anybody wants to go through it, they can. Also, we have Telegram and Matrix set up. So if they want to join us, because we're going to have our next meeting on 17th September. So anybody who is willing to support this idea should join us.
Thanks, Annika. And also thank you for all of the links in chat there. We should remember to save them before clearing chat again.
I can share it in the shared notes.
Do that too. Okay, moving on to room 2. We started out with Blue Angel, Sustainable Computing in KDE. That was run by Cornelius. So if Cornelius, if you step in and explain to us. I don't see a Cornelius in channel. But that's because I'm not looking well.
I see Cornelius, and he's typing in the chat.
We'll give him a minute.
You should be able to rejoin audio by clicking the headphone button.
Okay, so he's briefly stuck in echo chamber hell. Or at least in the you are now muted stage. Hi.
There we go. Hi.
All right.
So
good to see you again.
We had a session about the Blue Angel, which is this German eco label. So it's a label for environmentally friendly products. They introduced a software label. So we talked about how to get something from KDE into that and get KDE certified as the most sustainable and energy efficient application set. There's working on that. It would be wonderful if some people join that, measuring energy consumptions of KDE applications, and also figuring out how to make sure that KDE software is available on computers which are old for a long time, so people don't have to buy new hardware. And KDE is in a great position for getting this from a technical point of view, but, and that's very important point, because the label matches color-wise perfectly to KDE. So I would love to get more of that. I'm working on that. Other people are interested in that and are working on that. So join us, stay tuned. We will announce more on KDE Core Devil when there is more things in place to join and collaborate.
All right, thank you, Cornelius. That's cool. Moving on. After Blue Angel, we went to the KDE developer platform, developer documentation. That was run by Carl Schwann, who has his hardware mute switch enabled.
Oh, okay, yeah. no, it works. So we talked about the developer platform, what I'm currently developing. I just sent a link in the chat. I want to centralize everything regarding the third-party usage of KDE tools and frameworks, and we talked about the scope of this website and how to organize it a bit, and what you want this website to achieve. Yeah. And let me see in the notes. We also talked about the QML documentation and how we can move a bit forward to improve it a bit by, for example, moving the toxic QML package in upstream in KDE instead of GitHub. Yeah. Okay, that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Carl. Moving on, in room 2, the last boff of the day was Cute Wayland. David Edmondson ran a meeting with various Wayland people. If Dave is around. It does not look like it. There's Kai Ua points out that there's plenty of backup Davids, so maybe we should use one of those. Is there any other David who wants to join? No, well, I think the thing we need to remember is that Wayland will fix it, even if it doesn't show up. All right, that was the wrap-up of today's BOF sessions. I'm going to summarize all of the BOF sessions for the entire week right now. They were awesome. Thanks for watching, and stay tuned for Valerie. She's on the schedule a little bit later, in 20 minutes. So I think in the meantime, we will have plenty of time to drink more coffee. You can start asking Valerie all kinds of questions in chat. Oh, David is complaining it wasn't the best show. What do you want? How am I supposed to top singing Banana Phone for y'all during the pub quiz last night? It's just not going to happen. And ever since it was pointed out that there were no stegosauruses in the Triassic, I'm just done with dinosaur stories. So none of those either. I'm just gonna go get a cup of coffee, and I have to do that myself because I don't have any minions. Good night.
Thank you very much for this awesome wrap up. And yes, like Adrian said, don't go anywhere, or at least not too. In 20 minutes, we'll be having Valerie presenting a keynote about burnout. So don't miss it. Just a reminder for those joining in 15 minutes, Valerie will present a keynote about burnout. The description mentions that this will rock the room. And I wonder, because yesterday we rocked pretty hard to the hits from the 80s, will this be even a more rockier experience?
Adam, I am somewhat inclined to give you the mwah, 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 mwah trombone from K3B just for that comment.
And I will accept it as a compliment.
Yeah, there was this terrible song, this terrible German song about accepting compliments as well. If anyone has all the music links to yesterday's pub quiz music, that would be great.
While the chat is sharing YouTube links to truly cursed content, I would like to remind you that Valerie starts in 10 minutes. This should give you enough time to boil an egg if you'd like to have a healthy snack for the session. is just 5 minutes standing between us and the start of the show. So prepare your beverages, grab your favorite mascot, blankets if you wish. We are about to start the final keynote of Academy 2020. Please join me in welcoming Valerie Zimmerman.
Hi, folks. Let's see. How do I make the next slide show up? Guess I'll have to hide the chat.
Down below the slides, you should see arrows.
Ah, that just makes it bigger. Let's see. Down below the slides, I should see arrows. Tools. Huh. I am not sure. Oh, now I see it. Good grief. All right. So through the talk, I had to turn off the chat so that I can see my slides. I wanted to start out with this because I found it really funny. I'll let you read it. I think a lot of us, when we are inundated with work and we can't seem to get started, this is what happens. We start breaking our big tasks into smaller tasks, and then we're faced with a million small tasks. So what is burnout? It is a state of emotional, mental, and often physical exhaustion brought on by prolonged or repeated stress. So we're all doing what we love. Why on earth would we be burned out? Because we don't always feel in control of our job or role. Overextension is something that especially perfectionists often do, because you don't want to just do the job, but you want to do everything. So there's a couple things that you can watch for in yourself, especially dread. If you are dreading doing a part of your job, then it is time to really think whether you need to do that part of your job. Cynicism, you might not catch that in yourself, but your friends might catch it, and you might catch it in your friends or your teammates or your workmates. Cynicism is a real tip-off that people are burning out and actually getting sort of crispy. So I'm sure we've all heard of reframing. But we all know why we joined the KDE community. We all know why we went to work at our job. We all know why we married the person we married, or, you know, whatever thing it is that you're dealing with. You originally saw the mission. You saw a calling. I have been using reframing for quite a while. I remember how much I used to hate doing the dishes and they would pile up in the sink. And then I started thinking, well, do you like to eat a meal? Sure. What makes eating a meal? It involves thinking about what you want to prepare, making sure you have the ingredients, which might include shopping. It includes the cooking, and then the cleanup after. It's all the thing. And once I started to think about that, the dishes just got done. In fact, my dishwasher is running right now, but even when I didn't have a dishwasher. The other thing that you can do, and this I used the last time I burned out. A few times I've burned out and just left the project, which is, and one of those times at least without a word, which is just the worst. I mean, if you have somebody in your group that just has gone, you should call them up or go to their house, or however you can figure out what is going on, because maybe they just need a little help to step back gracefully. I mean, sometimes you well and truly are burned out. You're going to need to step back from being maintainer, or even from, you know, whatever you're doing as a part of the team. Or you might just need to prune out the parts that don't fit your own personal mission. The last time I was burning out, it was because my dad was declining in health. He did eventually die a few years back. And I found that I could just hardly look at IRC, which I love IRC. I've been in IRC ever since 2001. And I couldn't, because of my various jobs, I couldn't entirely leave, but I just stopped reading channels that I didn't need to do for my job. And that helped a lot. So I had a few very low volume channels left. Same with email. I started searching for the emails from various lists that I knew that I needed to read. I would scan for the threads that I needed to be in on and just not read the rest. And pretty soon I started to feel better. It's also important to get lots of sleep, eat well, do something besides stare at your screen. You know, get out and take a walk, go see a movie with somebody, if that's even possible anymore. You see why I want other people to speak up, because some of you have things that you could offer here. How to help others. Sometimes when you watch other people burn out, it actually sort of burns you out yourself. And you have to remember that you are very powerful. If you call somebody, if you even tell them in IRC how much you appreciate what they have been doing, it is really powerful. And again, let's see, I would welcome other people. Sorry, I looked at the chat for a second. I would welcome other people giving their experiences. People aren't having a problem hearing me, right?
No problems. Go ahead.
Excellent. All right. Okay. And I would like to mention at the end, seriously, I need other people to talk because you all have stories. I read this fantastic article on Medium. Your surge capacity is depleted and it's why you feel awful. And I think it is what we are all going through. This isn't just about, you know, your work in KDE, your work on your job, you know, you as a parent, you as a child, you as a partner or whatever. It is just what we are all going through, being semi locked in our houses, and you know, we're not at Akademy, we're not hugging one another, we aren't usually even able to see our family, and those who can see our family are often just in the house with them, and you know, you don't know if you love them or hate them. So I think that this is an extra layer of not quite burnout, but we all realized that we had an emergency and we needed to deal, and so we put on that surge capacity, and it's been months now. I mean, it has been months. And some of us have gone through people that we love dying, and it's just a lot. So, please write us at the community working group if you need help reshaping your job, you need help with an individual in your team. If you want to step down gracefully and you want someone to be by your side as you have a difficult conversation, because we're here for you. That is what we're for. We are not police. We are for you. We're here for you. And I don't have a slide that says, hey, everybody, if you need to talk, let's talk. I guess I can put community. All right. That is, I always have to look that up actually. Just look for community working group on DuckDuckGo and it takes me to our page and I get that address. So it's not. All right. I'm really tired of hearing myself talk.
So hey, Valerie.
Yes.
This is Boudewijn. You were talking about burning out, and maybe I should add the camera as well. Yes, okay, you can do all of that. Allow. So, at this point, what's actually maybe burning out me most is it's just the kids. Just today, someone approached me telling me, I can't paint, I cannot paint, please help me. I'm pretty sure she is under 12 and I want to help her. But we are actually at millions of them right now. And the reason I originally got into hacking on KDE software, Krita, stuff like that, is like, okay, I want to have free painting software for everyone. And now it's for everyone. I can't help everyone. And that's just
true. Yep, that is true. And I feel that way sometimes too. The thing is, for Krita, there are lots of places where people can get help. It doesn't have to be you. There's loads of people who can help. So sometimes you just have to step back. So I thought about putting this slide in, but I didn't. But every time you take an airplane, remember you used to take airplane flights? Before they take off, they tell you, if there's a problem and the oxygen masks come down, put on your own oxygen mask first, and then you can help someone else. This is really important, especially for those of us who do lots of helping. You have to put on your own mask first and be breathing, some oxygen into your lungs before you can help someone else. You have to get a good night's sleep, or you can't function the next day. You need to eat good food, or you get sick. You absolutely have to take care of yourself first. And then out of your extra, out of your bounty, out of your surge capacity, you can help those who are in need.
Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Thank you. I have something to say.
Excellent.
I really appreciate what you're saying, and I think I really appreciated hearing what Baud said too. Speaking personally here, I'm the father of 2 small children, and seeing what's happened to them during the last 6 months has been absolutely heartbreaking. This is something that, I mostly keep to myself and don't talk about, but it's really hard to deal with a lot. And I think the point that I want to make is you don't know what other people are dealing with. And that's why it's so important for us to be kind to other people, because you don't know if that flippant remark or that harsh word might just be the thing that sends somebody over the edge on a particularly difficult day. speaking personally here, KDE has in a lot of ways been my mental health lifeline. I genuinely don't know how I would be coping if not for KDE. Over the last couple of months, KDE has given me a sense of mission and purpose and made it even just a little bit easier to wake up every morning and face the horror of the real world, especially in the United States of America right now.
Amen.
So I want to thank everybody here for everything that you do in helping to make this a welcoming and loving place. And I think it's so important that we keep focusing on that, that we make sure always to be kind to each other. And, you know, when we're feeling bad, we need to make sure that we don't express that. We need to make sure that we don't grate on each other and be mean and rude to each other just because we're feeling it. We need to support each other and help each other right now. It's so important.
Yes, it's actually so much better if you feel like yelling at somebody in IRC or in an angry email. If you can write the email, just don't send it, and then go take a walk. In fact, you might want to sleep on it. I put in the chat, I put the 2 rules of Linux chicks because I only have 2. Be polite, be helpful. And if you can't be polite and helpful, then really go, you know, go into your bathroom, close the door, and scream at the top of your lungs until you start crying and get it out. Because it is so bad to spread your anger, your frustration, onto other people instead of giving them what is really in your heart, which is your love, your sense of mission, and what we know we can do. I mean, I couldn't participate in all of Akademy because it started when I was still asleep. But what I could, it's so amazing what we're doing. We're doing wonderful things, and we're going to keep doing wonderful things. And I think we just have to keep that in mind. And it's sometimes really hard. And that's what this talk is for, is just for all of us to realize that it is sometimes really hard for us, and it's sometimes really hard for the person that is irritating you so much in IRC, on a mailing list, on the forums, whatever. Yeah. I hear people talking in the chat. It's surprising how much actually speaking with your voice helps. So this can be a therapy session for a few more minutes.
One of the things which really can lead to burnout is fear of missing out, and I'm particularly bad at it, I guess. I usually have fear of missing out and just involve myself into many things and then can never get rid of it or something like that. But in the previous years, I have learned in this very short future, I have learned that it's okay to step out and it's okay to get rid of fear of missing out. So, yeah, that's what I want.
I sometimes worry about you, Bhushan, because you do so much, and I do hope you take time to sleep.
So over the last few months, I found myself quite a few times in a situation where I think I was at the brink of burning out, because for the most part, KDE is just a hobby for me, and a hobby that I love very much and I care very much about, but I don't have as much time for it as I would like to. And even when I actually found some time to do something between having a job and doing a master's degree, even when I found some time, I sometimes found myself in a position where I actually had time, but I was just staring at my screen, knowing, okay, I could be productive right now, but I had no real sense of what to do, no real motivation of doing anything except for knowing, oh, you should be productive right now. And that was, at some point, I decided, okay, I need a break from all of this. And it just so happened that it was right before the Plasma Sprint, the virtual one this year. And I said, okay, you will do this sprint, and after the sprint, you will take a week off of everything from KDE, which aligned quite good with some other personal plans I had. So what I did was I closed all the KDE-related chat applications. I deleted the Matrix client from my phone. I just ignored everything KDE for a whole week, and I felt so much better afterwards. And I had some new energy and new motivation to do things. And if you find yourself in the position of, oh, you should be doing KDE stuff now, but you really don't want to, then take a break and things will look brighter again in the future.
That sense of dread is a real thing. So thanks for recognizing that in yourself and taking care of yourself. Hey, Nicholas.
About that, there were a few personal projects unrelated to KDE that I had to suspend, I would say, because I kept thinking, no, I should be working on my presentation. And so I thought, well, when Akademy ends, I can finally go back to those. And now I find myself at the end of Akademy with a long to-do list of things that have shown up during the buffs. And I really need to make an effort to, if I was planning to make a break, actually do it. Actually take a break if I actually need it. It's always a conflict between, oh, but I want to get those things done anyway. But yeah, it's bad in the long term if I will end up burned out.
Well, I think it's important to listen to your heart, do the things that bring you joy. And I very often find that doing something that makes my life better in some way, I mean, when I was first starting to work on this talk, instead I found myself cleaning the back window, which now the sunshine comes in and it's not full of crap from the weather. So that actually helped me get my talk, organized, because I could think about the talk as I was cleaning the window. Oh, Nuno says, if it's not fun, it's not worth it. Well, it has to be fun at some point. But, reframing the task, as I talked about, dinner dishes, if it becomes part of something that's fun, you can do all the bits, but just tackle the fun part first. Yay.
Hey.
Hi, Alex.
Hi. So I fixed my mic by switching laptops. Just something I wrote in the chat about someone's like, oh yeah, I'm going to be so sad when this is over. Well, con drop is a thing. A con drop is when you leave a conference and it was so great and it was so awesome, and then there's no conference anymore and you lost the people and you're really sad. So that's a thing. And you try to re-involve yourself with the community some, maybe, to make up for it. Take care of yourself. Expect to be a little unhappy because, this is a pretty fun conference.
Yep. I think a lot of us were dreading not seeing people, and I know I'm missing the hugs. I'm missing the hugs. But there are advantages to the online life. My genealogy society, I've been helping get everybody to online meetings, and we now meet way more than we used to. And you can look in somebody's eyes we use Google Meet. So it's bigger than the tiny little, I guess if I want to see myself bigger, I can just get rid of the presentation. But you can look in somebody's eyes and you listen to one person at a time instead of having those side conversations. And one of the things I do love about Akademy, always did, was the hallway track, because the talks are not always that fascinating for me because they're way more technical than I am. I always like the intro and the end, but the middle sort of loses me often. So, but we have a hallway track here and it's really fun. So I would like it if even more people showed up. Alex shows up with her daughter, which is just awesome. So, all right. I think we have like 4 more minutes. So who else wants to speak up? Oh, Aid says there's non-huggy people. That's true. I don't just grab people. I say, hug. I'll just say hug right now. And yes, breaks are good. Everybody, I mean, there's a reason that Europe, people take vacations. Americans are not so big on vacations, unfortunately. But in my family, we always had the cabin where we could go. And if anybody comes to visit me, I'll take you up to the cabin in the mountains. So not right now because there's a forest fire between us and the cabin, but unless you come this week, come any other time, we'll go up to the cabin. Yeah, the fires. Yeah, it's very smoky here. Yesterday, the weather report was sunny with patchy smoke. I've never heard that before. It was blowing from the east to the west, and I live in the west of my state, just south of Seattle. Today, it is a south wind, and it's blowing from Oregon and California. So, all right, anybody else want to talk? I think Adam's going to shut us down otherwise. Unless you have a burnout story, Adam.
Unfortunately not. I'm here to announce the next item, but thank you very much, Valerie, for this, in my opinion, very important talk. And I hope everyone who didn't find the energy or courage to hop in and join the mic and the discussion will use the email here to start a discussion there. So again, thank you everyone who joined the session, and of course Valerie for hosting it. But this is not the end of the show. The next item on our agenda are the Academy Awards. Pro tip: if you search for Academy Awards, Google will be convinced that you mean the Oscars. Searching for KDE Awards gets you a bit closer. The awards show will be presented by very special hosts, last year winners. For those who don't remember or are joining Academy for the first time, these are Nate, who, as we just learned in his talk, has a very ambitious plan for world domination. Volker, the only person that I know that gets excited about national emergency alerts. And Marco, who showed us Plasma Big Screen. Fittingly for the Academy Awards, don't you agree? I would like to invite to the stage the previous year winners, Nate, Volker, and Marco.
Hello, everybody.
Hello. Can you hear me?
So, yep. Ah, nice. Marco could make it as well. I think we're still waiting for Kenny's slides.
Okay.
All right, well, I guess we'll do some introduction first. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Academy Awards. This is the time when we all get to be movie stars for a little while, assuming I'm not forgetting what the real Academy Awards actually are. We have some really great winners this year who have done amazing things. And I think without further ado, we can maybe get right into it.
Okay, so
Wait,
we
I think
start.
that one is for Marco.
Okay, so I have to announce the first one, and the first one is for the Best Application Award. This person is a person that contribute a lot of things on KDE of various nature. It's one of those people that are, wait, how come he didn't ready? So among the thousands of things that this person does, we chosen him for his huge contribution, for being really the driving force of the Plasma Mobile project. And the Akademy Award for the best application is to Bhushan Shah.
Bhushan, join us. If he's still awake.
Here you are.
Join us for video, Bhushan, then you can go to sleep and crash.
Hello, Bhushan. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Congrats, Bhushan.
Yeah, thank you very much for giving me this award.
All right. Well, the next award goes for the non-application contribution category. The person who has won this award is somebody we have all become very, very familiar with over the last year or two, and I don't think it's going to be any big surprise. This person has had his fingers in many different pies, but the biggest one that we have all seen and benefited from has been almost all of KDE's websites. So I'm very proud to be able to give this award to Karl Schwan.
I'll join us as well.
Congratulations, Karl. Come on up.
Thanks.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
Congratulations.
Great job, Karl. We all love the website.
Okay.
I love them too.
Indeed. Okay, then we have the next one. That is the jury award, and that goes to somebody who has been around for quite some time already, and spending a lot of effort on the localization of all the software and the other materials we produce, working on translations, working on the infrastructure, helping developers with localization, and sometimes cleaning up after us. So the jury award for this year goes to Luigi Toscano.
Yay! Congratulations, Luigi.
Congratulations.
And we want to see you as well. He might not even be here.
I see him in the users list.
Yep, sorry. My webcam decided to go slow.
Ah, there he is.
So,
Congratulations.
Thank you. I didn't really expect that, but thank you. It should be coming. Okay. Thank you again. And we will try to make things even better this year. We had really a productive discussion with among translators, so let's see. Thank you again.
Great. Thank you.
Very happy to hear that. Congratulations, Luigi.
Okay, and then we have one final award, the Kenny Award for Best Academy 2020 for the organization team of Akademy. And I think this year has probably been the most challenging and unusual conference we had so far. I mean, academies are always challenging to organize, but doing that within a global pandemic in ways we have never done before, that is quite unique. And I think it exceeded everyone's expectations on how good this turned out to be, and how productive and how close it brought everyone together nevertheless. So a huge thank you to the organization team of this year's Academy. And whoever is around to help, we want to see you on screen as well.
Very much. It has been an amazing Academy.
Yeah, this is incredible.
But we have nobody around to help to make this happen.
Don't be shy. Step right up.
Don't be shy. We know you are there.
You can't escape from us that easily.
So, yay! So, yay!
Yay! Yar!
There we go.
There we at least have Kenny.
There's always a lot of other people that help with bits and pieces during Academy as well.
Such as Adam moderating.
Yep.
There we go.
All of you did a really amazing job.
Yep. These guys did all the hard work. Really, you guys are awesome. Thank you.
And a big shout out to the sysadmin team as well, who have helped us a lot to set up this infrastructure.
Yeah, and thank you everybody for making this possible for all of us. It's been really tremendous.
Yep. And I think we'll see a lot of future events being shaped and inspired by the technology and the approaches we learned this time to make Academy hopefully more accessible to people that can't travel to the physical events. So this will last. Yeah. Then there is usually one tradition on the awards where everyone at Academy signs them to make them really, really special for the people that receive them. And that we have to do slightly different this time around. So similar as with the group photo, there is an Nextcloud drop location where you can upload your signatures, either by photographing them from a piece of paper, or if you happen to have some touch device around. So I guess the Krita team is well equipped for that. You can use that as well, of course. Ideally, something black and white and large enough that it comes out nicely in the print on like 5 centimeter size. And I think we'll have the link in a chat as well, and I think it will be shared around in the other channels as well. And please provide that until Monday morning UTC, so we can assemble the awards with all the signatures. Yeah, and I think that that concludes this year's award ceremony. And I'm not sure what comes next.
I come next. So thank you all for hosting this Academy Awards session. Thank you very much. And well, all good comes to an end. So the official part of Academy 2020 needs a proper farewell. And who better to give it than Mr. President himself? Please welcome, for the last time, Aleš.
Well, I hope it's not the actual last time, just this Academy. And yeah, everything good comes to an end. Congratulations to Bhushan, Carl, Luigi, and the Academy team for all of your contributions. It's very, very welcome to work with you all. And to everyone who is here, thanks for attending. I think that it was a good Academy. It was a special Academy, like we said when we started, but good nevertheless. It was good to hear all of your work, hear what you've been up to for the last year, and to know what you will be doing for the next few months. Thanks to everyone who helps make this a reality, all of the speakers, and of course, all of the sponsors. Without you, Academy would be just us talking about things. Thanks, everyone. Something that I wanted to mention as well is that, well, while Academy ends, KDE continues over. We will be having, well, sprints over the year, some of them, at least for now, virtual. Let's see when we can start meet again. We're thinking about Academy 2021. I'm sure that the Academy team will welcome you to if you want to help as well. I wanted to mention that we will have the LAS in November soon. It will also be virtual. Call for papers is open. Feel free to send your talks. Something that we have to we can mention and announce today for the first time is that we have our 2 keynote speakers confirmed. We'll have Melissa and Greg, who well, you will get to learn if you go to the website what their background is, but I think that it's very interesting to see both from a more organizational point of view and from Greg's kernel point of view how well we can make a better community together. Also remember that this now the countdown until KDE's 25th anniversary starts. Reach out to Alison and the team who are doing all of the preparations. I feel like it's very exciting, and I'm sure that it will be grand, especially with your help. Send your ideas and commit to helping. It's gonna be great. And well, join KDE if you're not already part of it. Join our Matrix channels. You can join through webchat.kde.org. You can join the KDE community mailing list, which is a good starting point, and all of the other mailing lists as well. And of course, see you at Academy 2021, wherever it is, either here or, well, there. Thank you very much. Oh, wait, I forgot to say something before everybody leaves. Alison just mentioned to me that there will be an Academy, post-Academy meeting. 31st of October, if I'm not mistaken, where we'll get here on Big Blue Button again and rehash all of those memories of Academy and create new ones. So save the date. It will be amazing. And now I am going to leave for good.
Good evening. Got him.
Are people
Always
moving to the hallway or what?
this.
Yes, please move to the hallway if you don't mind.
We need to clean the floor in this room.
Yes.
Thank you.